Hello. Okay. Nightmare Before Christmas and a Mario Pikachu. Lucky Bulbasaur. Um, Gangster. Kind of different. Then. Not an Allen wrench. I also kind of would like to be able to. Second. There we go. We got this guy who says good luck on him, but kind of broke his. That scared me. Ring? There, that's cute, right? Kinda. Kinda cool. Oh, that's cute. Look at that. That's cute. I like that. Here, now you can see them. Play. Play. Hold on. I gotta get this so that they're like. Nice. Jason was telling me, saying I don't use. Making it known. I like Bulbasaur though. Derp derp. Hi chat. Update for it. We're gonna play Roottrees are dead. We're gonna do the extended Roottrees all dead. Oh yeah, back to jazzy music. Here we go. I don't know. Oh, loud. I don't know if it's gonna give a recap, so I'll give a recap. This is the Roottrees are dead. Last time we played this, last week, we played the full first part of the game, which is you go through all of the words. Can't think of words right now. I'm very like out of it right now. Oh, you know what I could do? you can't see her. No! You need to be able to see her. Mean. Not secured, but... See, that's why you got to be careful with the chain links, because if you pull too hard, they come apart. That is now something I'm learning. They're not broken, it's just you pull too hard, they come apart. It's just not my microphone. Now you don't even see a microphone. Ain't that cool? Now it's just decorated. All of the cool things. And you don't even see the microphone. Something just fell. Oh. Oh no! Come here. I'm trying to figure out the best place for this, because I want these to be you can almost see all of them. Almost. Damn it. Oh, no, no! No! Oh. are some of these longer than the other? The fuck? I don't understand. Mamma mia! Okay, if I could sit up here. I'll have to figure out something for all of these, but I do like them so you can see them in frame. I just gotta figure out a better way. And then Stitch is just gonna have to like chill. Once I don't move my microphone, it'll be fine. Can't move my microphone now. And it's right in my face. Like her, chat? Like her? I definitely don't have too much shit on my microphone. Don't even... Don't at me, bro. I'll figure out something better. We'll figure something out so that they all stay. Because I like the big chunky chain. And it's just, if I were to have a new collection hobby, it'd be these. On top of wanting more fluffy collectibles, but I'm told I can't. If anything, I want to maybe redo this shelf. Maybe do it so I can hang some stuff back there. And put a shelf behind me. That's not what I clicked. All right, well, let's actually play. You can tell I'm feeling better today, but I'm still in a funk. I don't know what the deal is. I got some bad disassociation going on. I don't know, but play. Oh shit, hold on. Hold on, before we do that, I gotta get my notebook. My notebook. My notebook. Notebook. And I feel the reason to cry right now. I don't know fucking why. I don't know. I honestly, no idea what's happening. Fucking A. How are you, chat? I hope you're well. I hope everybody else is well. Ah, we didn't make... Got it. Damn. We didn't make it 2 months in the... Wait, why? Oh, I gotta do new game, not continue. That's why I think. Roottree Mania. Find what happens to the infamous family in a whole new mystery. Roottree Mania will spoil unlock content. Make sure... Tied up in... Yep. Oh!
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking.
Oh.
But life's funny sometimes. You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down.
Uh-oh.
A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too. I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. And with my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge the Clancid Trust covers any Roottree despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced.
Uh-oh.
You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. It was a disaster for us.
News Time. Clark. Mother sick. Okay.
And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is, a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them. But she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you.
Yay.
Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally.
Allies!
Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
Nice. Okay, so this is a bulletin board. This is everything we've done. This is the whole main Roottree family. From the main buckaboos. She says Clark. Or he says Clark. This Clark. This is the Clark that came to see us. Okay. Oh. Okay. Possible infidelity 3 different times? Oh, shit. Notable event. 6 pieces of Roottree Rift, Clark Rafferty, 5 Pez. Okay. Anonymom. Today is August 3rd, 1999. It's been 8 months since you helped Sam Madison with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. Never mentioned you by name, however, so you managed to keep a low profile. The Rootrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, so you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. 6 pieces. Sam Madison's book about Elias Roottree was released in February. At the time, Carl had not been replaced yet. Okay, so there was no replacement for the candy company until a couple months later. Roottree Rift. In March, the Roottree company stumbled publicity as they attempted to respond to the book's release with multiple conflicting press releases and clear lack of leadership. Clark Rafferty Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Roottree and welcomed Sam Edison to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clancy Trust. This included any other questions of lineage. Oh, Clark became leader. I mean, he's good at advertising, so that would help. 5 Pez. After the announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be the Roottrees. Mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers, the highest profile of these by a wide margin was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5 Pez as a publicity move at the same time. 5 Pez is the only notable person on the updated tree. Roottree Mania. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Roottree publicly and vehemently denied that 5 Pez was a Roottree. The Rootree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5 Pez to drop his claim, and in a moment that caught what seemed the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Roottree. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Rootrees. Anamom and Jane Doe Roottree. In July, an anonymous woman who the press began to refer to as Anamom appeared in the interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Roottree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottree and therefore entitled to a share of the Clancy Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottree Mania saga. As more and more of the Anonymous story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5 Pez in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn. Confirming the world's suspicion, the DNA test orchestrated by lawyers on both sides proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottree Mania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Previously on Roottree. Previously on The Rootrees Are Dead. This is a new investigation with a new focus. After many months of newfound interest in the Rootrees, it is recommended you try to catch up with some of what happened since last time. Some web searches may yield new or different results, and some books and magazines from your previous investigation may be relevant to your new one. It's also a much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Oh no, okay. Not all of them will be listed. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive into the Roottree family tree. All evidence from before is still available, and for your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information will function as they did during the first investigation. The Roottree Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwyneth many years ago. The entire family has a financial reliance on the health of that company. Most of the action took place in and around Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the company was initially located. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines, yeah? Other notable Rootrees such as Lauren Roottree, Miracle, and Jim had physical media such as record albums, books, and movies associated with them. Yeah, we use Lauren's book a lot. Lauren's 2 diaries were probably the most useful resources overall, mentioning many of her relatives directly. The 5 pieces, Elias' children, could be identified based on the initials of the original candy flavors. There were 5 presidents of the Roottree Company, many were featured in periodicals. Stephanie Jones and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters and led to Caroline Morton's art book, which enabled you to fill out more of the tree. Many of the younger Rootrees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding the searchable web address for Chris Rafferty, Lauren's grandson. November Roottree was really difficult to place. Her occupation could only be found via Brian Jones' company website. I mean, but there were still mentions over throughout. Ronald and his brother Robert Roottree go by Ron and Robbie. Both worked on a TV show called Brother Trouble until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. Ron unsuccessfully tried to have Robbie removed from the Clancy Trust. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. There were also a few dead ends and red herrings. Aloysius Red Herring Roottree, who claimed he was a Roottrie but was not. Family Man, a book about Elias Roottrie, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. Lauren's other books, historical romance novels, were not useful on their own, though could lead to other information. Caroline Morden's sculptures were not useful. Whew. Today, August 3rd, 1999, there was a knock at your door. Clark Rafferty Lowell, the current president of the Roottree Candy Company, explained that multiple people have come out of the woodwork to claim to be Roottrees. He has been trying to work with Sam, but she has not answered his calls. He also handed you a letter that he said you could share with Sam that said the following. To both of you. The company I hired to help us with the Clancid Trust is busy pouring through the entire family's history, as well as people they may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Oh. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches. So please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe could be realistically part of the relationship that led to the birth of a new Roottrie. Just tell us who to investigate by filling in the new sections of the tree, and we'll take the time to handle verifying that the timeline checks out. But keep in mind why we're here. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like in the case of the girl with a negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not looking for affairs and infidelities. We're only looking for the ones that led to potential new Roottrees. Some spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree you filled in 8 months ago. Just like the last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. Fair? To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. I'd love to say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for the woman to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. That's true, because some women who are pregnant don't really show signs. I'll be blunt. I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that. I was a perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those who I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you. Refuse to make any more mistakes and do my best to sort out the various messes we left behind. So please fill in the tree, and together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Good luck, and thank you both. Clark. Cool. Well, was it infidelity though? Was this infidelity, or was it just like, hey, let's get a divorce and you got remarried? Are you saying you cheated? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trees. So there's 5 originals. That are marked by tree. Okay. Infidelity. Ooh, infidelity. So, yeah, so these mean divorce. That's infidelity. That means this was on the original tree. Oh, adoption. Cute. This led to a big... So, possible... One was 1921, Jesus Christ. 2, 1949. 3, 1975 to 1982. Oh, it wasn't just a year. Okay. Wait. What? Both of these? 1998. Would that be these two? Can't imagine. So 2 Roottrees from the original tree got together. How? Wouldn't that mean relation? Wouldn't that be a little... Wouldn't that... You know, I'm not gonna judge. I'm not gonna judge. We're gonna see how this turns out. Where do I start? I guess 5 Pez is where I would want to start, right? Oh. How can I do it? Are my notes still the same? No. Their cousins are distant cousins. Okay. Five Pez, aka Felix Fellows, is a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost Roottree and entitled Part of Their Fortune. How do you spell publicity and then publicly? Publicity is a T, it has a T in it, right? Publicly. English. His alias, 5 Pez, is a play on 5 pieces. An article you find on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star out of 7 for whatever reason, with the headline, "More poser than my action figure." His name is David. Oh, shoot. My camera's gonna be away in a lot of this. Should we flippy flop? Nothing else needs to flop. Woo! God damn it, I almost knocked it again. Yeah. I moved it only to smack it again. Look. went more in the middle because I wasn't in the middle before. I also don't know if this is now taking up a lot more of me. I don't think anybody really cares, to be honest. But at least now you can read with me. I'm not in the way. Know what I mean? Okay. The review mentions his name is David, and he used to go by Dirty Davy. Real name used to be Dirty Davy. Yeah, you don't need to see my notes. It's Dirty Davy. The author rues the fact that his rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed at 60. Oh no. Apparently, only one of the songs on the album is new. The others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into... His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Times holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. Okay. At first, the Roottree company denied it vehemently. Miracle Roottree was even appeared on the same magazine a week later. But since then, they backtrack and publicly welcomed him to the family. The press release at the time stated they had new evidence that confirmed the story. Okay. Modern Music Monthly would have the name, would have the album, right? Root of All Evil is a 5pez debut album. According to various sources, the album is mostly material that 5pez recorded for his mixtapes before he became notable. Maybe we'll just do it on all people, so we'll do 5pez. According to various sources, the album is mostly material that 5pez recorded for his mixtapes before he became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences in professional production. All Your Problems was the first and only single released. After dropping the single, 5pez announced he retained the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue the family. To date, it doesn't seem like he followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for his publicity stunts... Ah! That's how it's spelled. Publicity and publicity. Publicly. Oh my god. Publicly. 2 different words. They definitely are. 2 different words. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Definitely 2 different words. But Whitlock, known for his publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars and an hour to call and request the video on MTV. Few dollars an hour to call and request a video on MTV, which increased its profile. Wow, that's actually smart. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. Yeah, because you ban something, it becomes popular. Ugh. Your problem. This track is the only new song on the album. The subject matter of the song is the hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that the only people who think money is evil are those that have it, those that can afford not to be greedy, and those that afford cannot to be. In the song, Five Prayers triumphantly talks about taking the Rootree's wealth due to it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. Find a copy of the song on a suspicious-looking website and download it for your records. See, the problem is like everybody's like, oh, once I get money, I'm gonna give it to people. Yeah, pretty well. I got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one. This is the only single from Five Pez album, Root of All Evil. It received some airplay, but didn't make a big splash critically or commercially. Still, it's kind of catchy. Oh, here we go.
Attention, attention, Roottrees. This is 5 people coming at you from the real world. The place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Root of all your problems.
Y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo. But look at here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners cause we didn't earn it. When all of your worth it came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. How about instead I turn my other cheeks and spread them? When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burn their spoons for the needle. So once more with passion, tell this poor tragic orphan how your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible.
How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. How wanting my share,
that's actually extortion. With your candy ass name, synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless, I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets, the only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock, have G's.
top off my pockets, please.
Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? For you to live in poverty. And if you're suddenly not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have to take my portion, and I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtrooms, decorum. I'm way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Bring the choir in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Yeah.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burn their spoons for the needle. Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burn their spoons for the needle. Whoever calls dollars.
Now, was the Knox in the song or in here? Because I could have sworn. Except for the pyro. Same one I saw before. Who was president of Roottrees in the late 70s? A few people listed adjacent 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery parties. Oh. Oh. I learned from the last time I played this, it's better to go by people than by like groups, because I'm having a hard time picking through when I didn't do it by people. So 70s and 80s, which do have a person in the 70s and 80s. Suddenly rose prominence again after 5 Piece appeared on the cover of the magazine holding a photo of a guy and his mother. A few people that existed adjacent to the company in the 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery and swing parties. I like to throw large parties whenever get an excuse, and they often got very out of hand. This fact had led some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash, he was drunk and impaired in some way. But the Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves decisively that it was not foul play, that no party had. Roottrees lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who tried to disparage Guy or the company in public. No offense to anybody with the name Guy, but like, who hurt you? Parents, why? Yeah, that was the older version. Okay. David Davy. Ooh. According to fan sites, Felix Fellows is not Five Perez's actual birth name. David Fellows. Dirty Davy was Five Perez's previous stage name. Sell records and perform live shows in Portland under that name. There's some people selling his own mixtapes on an auction site. One is apparently called Dirty Devil. Dirty Devil was Five Perez's first mixtape released as Dirty Davy from the early 90s. There's discrepancies and debates about what year exactly it was released based on some of the pop culture references, with the range thought to be somewhere between 1992 one of the songs, Yes I Can Jump, seems to be the center of confusion. Some fan sites claim that there are multiple versions of different track lists and song links on them, though because there's very little evidence of the mixtape online as it is, it's even harder to verify that information. Report was a mixtape by Dirty Davy, released in '96. There's a lot of online discourse from people who like to point out that in one of the songs, Felix Fellows includes someone that could be revealed to be his own distant cousin, Raina, in the list of attractive women. Lyrics to one of his songs, Heat, mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s. Provides a crude pun or line about what Fellows felt about them. Ew. When re-released in 1999, much of the rhetorical was toned down to be less only overtly profane, and the line referencing Raina was clumsily replaced by Dana, a reference to a character from the X-Files. song. Is that how it's spelled? Yeah, it is. Okay, that only comes up in one thing. May now be irrelevant. Nope.
You nasty.
I look so fucking. That was so serious. Oh, hi. What's up, Dead? Is this... Shit, fuck. Okay. Very jazzy. It's very comforting while you're detectiving. We are playing the next installment. Build out the main tree. Now we got to find all the infidelity. All the people who out for the money. First affair, final affair. God damn it, is this God? Cause this was the fucking... Well, he was a dumbass. This guy. And he didn't have any kids. Oh. What was he? He was the third president? Guy Hudson. Third president. Asshole. Person of note? Is it the only person of note? Which would be... Guy... No. David... Fellows. Wappler. No. rapper's not on here? What else would you call it? He's not a singer. Musician. Are rappers musician? I mean, that might be offensive, but are they? Are they under that? Are they under that or are they under singer? Oh. There we go. The rapper Five Pez famously appeared on the cover claiming to be a Roottree. Then 1 week later, Miracle Roottree did the same, denying that he was. Because of this high-profile back-to-back Discord right before the start of Roottree Mania, they appeared to be the de facto publication to get news about the ongoing Roottree saga. They reported record subscriber numbers during this time, which lasted until the end of Roottree Mania, when the world generally stopped paying it much attention and they went back to reporting on more traditional news. Okay. News times. There we go. Five Pez famously appeared on the cover of New Times, kicking off Roottree Mania. Then a week later, Felix! Oh yeah, that's Guy, all right. Appeared on the cover of New Times holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story was dramatic and sensational and initially dismissed as fake until a DNA test proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. Five Pez says that his mother, Joanna, was Zach Morton's secretary when he retired, and then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 week or 2 weeks after that before she quit, the first few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked the register. The next morning they found her dead from an overdose in a car. Aww. She had stolen all the cash from the drawer and spent it on heroin. As Felix went through her belongings, the only thing he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But then he found it, a box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away, with the exception of the one photo he appears with on the cover of Newstime. He says it was the only one where they were dressed. Ew. Only one not from the affair itself. The magazine also includes some additional history about Five Pez's career. Felix Fellows was born to Riley and Joanna Fellows, but has never rapped without a moniker. Riley and Joanna. Tried to find success by opening for other artists and even by selling CDs on the street corners in Portland. He has only recently started going as Five Pez to harness the power of his lineage. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottree Company as a secretary sometime during the early mid-70s. It also confirms that she died of a drug overdose, that Felix went into foster care soon after. Into foster care at 16? Oof! They were unable to track down his father. They also reached out to the Roottree Company, but at the moment the company's blanket statement was Since the release of a recent book, Roottree has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual, and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity as opposed to attempting to use our name in the media for publicity. Even says Roottree family picnic. Slept with your secretary, how cliche. How fucking cliche, dude. Charlatans and thieves. Oh, this is like old school Roottree. Miracle Roottree appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after Five Pez did. He vehemently denied that Five Pez was a Roottree. This article was before the DNS tests that proved it. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of Five Pez's accusations regarding his mother and guide Hudson. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. He starts with 6 pieces content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottree, and that Sam did the same before her. That Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take the job with no salary. He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sitting or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continue to live together. He basically said be gay or earn money. He said be gay or get millions. He chose to be gay. Fuck off, Miracle! Miracle then pivots to the fallout from 6 pieces. He recounts a deluge of claims to the Clan's trust that the family have been subject to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devotes to arguments. They had to hire an outside legal team to help, but so far every case has been demonstrably laughable. False. Laughably false. Jesus Christ. All they do is tarnish his family's reputation. He focuses on Five Pez, who appeared on News Time before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent, and says he is using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusation, he says it is most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites Five Pez's lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays that the boy will repent and retract his lies and find his religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. The Miracle's Roottree are planning on touring the country's churches one last time, and that now at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottree. Ah, fucking. Other one. I know the rest of that. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your hometown. The article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., did not wish to comment and has a statement from Lafayette through the Roottrees law firm. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he is the oldest living Roottree, despite Sam Madison being born the year before him. It is unclear if Miracle made this claim out of ignorance or spite. My abs. My non-existent abs. Oh. So he doesn't recognize Sam as a Madison. Or not a Madison, as a Roottree. How many do I need to get? 4? Oh, I can't put another picture up there for him? That's dumb. That was a lot. Secretary. No, because she was a cashier. Who was his dad, though? Did it say anything about his dad? They divorced right after. Did they try to contact him? Work the register, yeah. So the cashier. Because I was about to put secretary, but that's not what her recent thing was. Couldn't track down the father. Okay, so the father is a mystery right now. Okay. Miracle Roottree. And Clark has been mentioned a bunch. Rafferty, La. Whoops. How do I spell his name? Larous. I think I spelled it right. Larous, yeah. Did I spell Rafferty right? Rafferty, yeah. Is there a space between the two? Oh. Clark as well as Ruby Spratt and her company Ruby Enterprises were. Okay, Clark. Rafferty. Alalo. Okay. Ruby Legal Enterprises were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as the keepers of the Klantz Trust. This is the vibe of an old rock song. Get those vibes? I get those vibes. Thunder Roll. Like that stuff. But there was a lick in there that like reminded me of a song. Can't think of it, but it's a classic rock song. There's an article about the process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. I really like this voice and I'm gonna keep using it. It seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottrees sometime in late March after the Roottree Rift, but well before Roottree Mania. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for little money, so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. The family quickly jumped on this chance, as many family members often attempt to spend a little as possible, keep their shares of the Klantz Trust as high as possible. After looking over the Klantz Trust more carefully than anyone in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edwards' Roottree implementation was not legally sound, and that there would be constant legal challenges without some modification. Family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and in the public face, to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix between a law firm and a PR firm. Her first move, as a sort of a trial run before she was even hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring that they've begun to address the Klantz Trust. This went quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing the various charitable causes, such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. Ooh, I'm getting a workout, because I gotta use like my whole fucking diaphragm for that shit. I like doing it though. It's fun. Probably one of the only voices that I can do. Woo. I don't even know if it's a voice, but I like it. I didn't even... well into late March. Actually, this would be Ruby. Ruby Spratt. She offered to work for little money so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. And then, the family jumped on it. Conclusion. There'd have to be modifications. Made the public statement. Officially hired her early April. Okay, cool. There's an older... What is that song? I hear it because it's got like a nice guitar in the beginning. The famous song. It's like a very classic rock song. is happening? Hello, rain? Raining out. What the shit? Game is weather now? Oh, you know what it is? Hold on, I think I just remembered what it is. Hold on. Yep. Hotel California. The Eagles. It had like the couple of the same licks in there. It was familiar. Oh, but still, it's fucking blowing my mind. Hey, there's a duck. Ha. Duck. Quack. I didn't know there was a quack. Quack, 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 quack. Oh God. What other? Are we keeping? Could be an artist, but the artist in this is different. Did Ruby and Clark get it on? You know what I could do? We could go through and see, does it have all of the Roottrees in here? Oh, it looks like it has everybody in here. Shit. It's got everybody in there. That's so shit. Okay. 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 Well, Clark and Ruby are the only other two names that we have. Her legal company is relatively inclusive. The most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Roottrees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. She was the subject of one of her articles from a recurrent series about modern-day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care, but excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There, she graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile cooperative involved cases. Corporate involved cases. She was a part of. Oh my God, I can't read anymore. One was as a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas stations customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. Wait, what? The ability to bet on the price of gas. Oh shit, I'd be so good at that. I used to work at a gas station. Sheesh. I used to work at Super America, and it was every Tuesday / Thursday prices would change. And it was literally, we went to the holiday down the road, looked at their price, and then would change to whatever, like, to compete with them. So all the gas stations just copy off of each other. And I'm drinking while I talk. I stay hydrated. Fun fact. Okay, I should probably actually like done with this. Grew up in foster care. Ooh, she grew up in foster care too. So she might be one of her kids. Cross between traditional lawyer and a PR manager. All right. Copy that and then go into news time. Briefly covered a lawsuit between Ruby Sprats and Roottree magazine surrounded that that was a lot of fucking words. Cicely Sanchez. They said that Cicely didn't have the rights to redistribute the photos in the magazine of Guy Hudson. Roottree apparently announced that they would be pulling their issue the following day, the moment that Ruby Legal Enterprises threatened them. This caused the issue to sell faster than any other magazine's history. So only for a day. Even people that would have never normally purchased it went out of their way to buy one, just in case it'd be worth something someday. It especially caught the eye of conspiracy theorists who assumed that anything worth suing over would have been hiding something. Yeah, that's true. An expert legal analyst from News Times stated that it was unlikely that Ruby could have had the story pulled if it had gone to court, and Roottree likely got more eyes on it than it would have had if the Rootrees just ignored the story. That's true. Can I just type in Roottree? There we go. There we go, that's what I wanted. Roottree magazine is a publication that, as far as you can tell, has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appear in a wide variety of audiences and appears in many grocery stores near the checkout line. Unlike traditional tabloids, it doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover. Instead, it tends to latch onto and create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears to be popular at any given time. In recent years, this has included Beanie Babies, Magic Eye Images, and even Red Bull. It has often come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Roottree gets around this by stating in every issue that all of his articles are all the hearsay. That's a bit too print. Nah, Beanie Babies. I have some of my original Beanie Babies still. I have a jellyfish. I have a cat. Actually, I don't know if that cat's a Beanie Baby. But I have a cat. I think I have two bears. One's from Dance. I don't know if I kept that one. And then I have... There's another bear over there that I can see. I have a squirrel that I believe was a Beanie Baby. My aunt used to collect Beanie Babies. She thought she could sell them, but yeah. I love the rain in the background. So, have it. At one point, Roottree ran an article about Cicely Sanchez, an author. Oh, Cicely's an author. Cute. She claims to have written an unread book about Guy. Oh, shit! Article was not even the main focus of the issue, yet the magazine was threatened legally by the Roottree Corporation. That particular issue, the Big Sass Seabass issue, was pulled from shelves. It's now become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottree company was hiding. You find a recently finished online article that lists a copy at over $1,000, though nobody bid. I mean, yeah, if you would have just ignored that, nobody would have, like, said anything. That's the funny thing. In an issue that focused on a talking toy fish, take me to the river, put me in the water. Hold on. You ready? Did they ever work right? I don't know. I have to ask my mom about that. So my grandpa had one up in his bait and tackle shop. I think I've told this story before. But he had it up in his bait and tackle shop that was a bait and tackle shop / lumberyard. And the bait and tackle shop was in the corner. It's where he always sat. So he had two places he always sat. He always sat at the table in there, just smoking, chilling, whatever. Or he sat in his office in the lumberyard over in the corner. Those were the two spots you could find them. So anytime, like when we first came in to this little town, there was the one major four-way, and his bait and tackle and lumberyard was on the corner of the major four-way. And then he lived at the top of the hill, like the biggest hill in the town, and he lived up at the top. So we'd always stop at the bait and tackle shop / lumberyard and see if he was there first when it was in business. And he had the fish there. He eventually had to take it off the wall and hide it, and he would only bring it out when the little kids were there. And both me and my brother constantly would hit the damn button so much they would take it away from us. That thing, he had it till it finally broke, but it would not move anymore, and the tail would barely move. But even in that video, you could tell it was like, I don't know how old that video was there. I should have looked, but I distinctly remember that mechanical sound that the tail was making. And the fact that he had to like grab the head. Oh my God. That's like a core memory for me. What's funny too is like I never saw anybody at that place. Like ever. I maybe saw in my lifetime a few. Well, I mean, it was a small town. And it was fishing. It was up north, so it was fishing, hunting, all of that. So I maybe saw a few people here and there, but I did see worms there because it was bait and tackle, whatever. But like, what's sad is that's probably one of the only happy memories I have of my grandpa. But he was a challenging man. He was very much an old school man that did not get along with women, which is part of the reason he didn't get along with my mom or me, but got along with my dad and my brother really easily. I still loved him, and I did my best to impress him all the time. And so like when I was starting to get really good at drawing, I drew him a tractor. I drew a John Deere tractor, which was his favorite, and he's like, God, you drew that? And then like my picture to this day, which is up over, the original picture is up over on hanging up on my wall, is him. So he had all of these issues, and he eventually tried to use a machine, but he never would use it. But he would sleep leaning over the couch, knees on the ground, and he would sleep like that because his back always hurt. He was a big dude. And then, like, when my brother was little, always have my brother walk on his back. So, like, the one time I sat there and I drew him sitting over the couch, and I couldn't draw the couch, so it's this very shitty couch, but, like, you got the essence of it. And my mom fucking loved it. I should draw it now. You draw it now and give it to my mom. Be like, here you go. Happy birthday. Her birthday's this month. Wait a minute. Hold up. Her birthday's in a week, chat. I think I could do that. Oh shit. Oh shit. Write that down. Hold on. Hold on. I got it. We're cool. Yay! Oh, that's cute. Okay. Love that. Okay, focus. I don't know if it did say batteries run low, but that's, oh my god. And the demonic messages supposedly says the batteries ran low. Roottree had an article about a canceled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, this issue was pulled from the... What was the name of the book? There we go. Best known for Portrait of a Changed Man. According to a site about authors, sister non-fiction, focus on exploring darkness and psyche. Cicely Sanchez is an author best known for her Portrait of a Changed Man, released in 1979. Her follow-up, Foreign Gospel, 1984, did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectively. She has written a few books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are her claim to fame. According to a site about authors, Cicely is known for her non-fiction, with a focus on exploring darkness in the human psyche. Recently, Cicely appeared in a magazine called Pickle Tree with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. The issue is pulled from the store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. I don't know where all of the voices are coming from, but they're coming just the same. Take me to the river, put me in the water, drown me till I'm dead. No, wait, what? Oh, boop. Portraits of a changed man. How to print. Book description has this to say: what if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today, could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships gone in a blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat with that chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? Huh. Not know how you spell it. Foreign. I think I spelled it wrong. Gosple. Whoops. That's why. Is this Cecile or Sicily? I don't know. Probably Cecile. One gospel tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and began to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming that he had succeeded. The book tells his version of the story, but the author also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with the so-called converted. Foreign gospel. That comes up with it. Ew. Is this gonna just come up with the same thing, or can it come up with an article? This? I missed something else in here. Appeared in a magazine called Pick a... I did look at it, okay. I want those pictures, damn it! I want a picture. I want them. I want them. I want them. Hold on, let me take it. Something. Okay. Belzebub? To be a popular gift by filling homes with satanic messages and exclusives. Cicely Sanchez reveals Roottree secrets. 99. Which is after. You use photos of guy that on the rights to publish. Fortunately, the magazine was issued by the Roottree lawyers. The magazine was pulled from the shelves, and the version you found in the pre-article search had the relevant pages removed, rendering this magazine useless. And about a potentially demonic fish toy. I do. I want to hear about. Take me to the river. Shove me in the water. Take me to the river. Shove me in the water. Stop raining outside? It stopped raining. Yeah. I miss it. Carl was on the cover of Pick a Tree. Let's see, let's go through the names. Rafferty. Lavrov. Fuck you. Okay, Carl. Ryana? That's not how you spell her name. How do you spell her fucking name? R-H-A-N-A. R-H-A-Y-N-A. Ooh. Week after the Roottree sisters died in a plane crash, Pick a Tree focused an expose on the pilot and the co-pilot. It was widely seen as completely useless and an intentional mischaracterization of the two crew members. For example, it claimed that the co-pilot, who was pilot flying that day, was on pharmaceuticals, but it turned out that he had purchased a mild pain reliever in the airport gift shop that night before. They also claimed that the pilot had been let go from his previous position as a much larger airline, which was true, but only as part of a downsize. As far as you can tell, none of this was relevant to your current investigation. Fuck you! This is the first time we're hearing about him and Brownie. You understand? Good. E, not tree. Beanie Babies Magic Eye Images Red Bull. Big Sass Sea Bass. What if we look up this issue in Spider Search? Big Sass Sea Bass is a talking fish that sits on a fake mount on your wall. When you press the button and speak into it, it mimics your voice and insults you. No, that's not the bass that I was talking about, but that's fucking funny. Then insults you. Many people consider it a ripoff of a more popular, well-mounted, communication-based fish decoration, but the packaging makes it clear that this one does not sing. Oh my god, this game was made by millennials. I love it so much. Instead, what the advertisements say is that Big Sass Bass, apart from its competitors, is a sardonic and sarcastic wit that will leave you reeling with laughter. It's oceans of fun for the whole family. You'll be hooked on this big, sassy bass. The words reeling, oceans, and hooked are conveniently folded to ensure you recognize how clever the copywriter was. Hope you fucking recognize, bitch. 157. I making a note to come back to this. Okay. Make sure you recognize. Recently appeared on the cover of Roottrees magazine in the same issue that a Roottree related article appeared. The issue was removed from stores after the Roottree sued the magazine. Issue has become. Should I look at the law firm that she's a part of? Probably. Alright, let me BRB though first. Verbs, friends. Backhoes. Take me to the water. Take me to the river. Throw my ass in there. No, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Ba, 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 da. Okay. Girlfriends. Okay. So Clark and Miracle are the other two names. Miracle already had kids. You would. Lauren's sick? Let's see. In the wake of Six Pieces' release, Lauren Roottree, author of A Life Between Wars, was tracked down by a reporter as being one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. She was relocated back to Pennsylvania when she began suffering from Alzheimer's. Oh, there was a minor backlash towards the reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder holding their camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on a bedside near the small pond on the premises. Aww. No, don't do that. That's so dumb. I thought he actually like went in and talked to her. Don't fucking be a tabloid bitch. Upscale care facilities. Okay. Okay. Six Pieces, Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family by Sam Matson was released in early 1999 and perhaps assisted by the still relatively recent plane crash shot to the top of the charts. Reviews were mixed, and its time on the bestsellers list was limited to only 2 months. Most reviewers agreed that the core of the book about Samantha's fathers and the struggles they faced was compelling, and that the takedown of the hypocrisy of Elias Roottree was deserved. However, many took a umbrage with the timing of the release and the tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. I don't know that word. The fallout from the book led to the Roottree Company scrambling to release the statement, and due to the conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. This confusing move was referenced in popular culture due to a late-night sketch about indecisionitis, and the more traditional analysts have been calling it the Roottree Rift. Later, due to Roottree Mania, the book re-entered the charts and sold even better than the first time. Roottree Mania involved the announcements that the rapper going by Five Prez was actually a Roottree. Collectively, popular culture seemed to focus on the Roottree family and Five Prez for a few weeks before everything felt oversaturated and society moved on. Because of the Five Prez saga, an underlying thorough line to how pop culture treated Roottree Mania was an exclusive for everyday people to claim they were also Rootrees. Daytime talk shows had a I'm a Secret Roottree episodes, late night hosts and guests made jokes about other lost members of the family, and there were widely shared websites where you could fill in your own name to find out if you were a secret. You submitted your name, it simply said no with an image of Clark Bro giving you the finger. That's funny. Roottree Mania lasted only a few weeks, just long enough for 6 pieces to re-enter the charts and to trigger new printings of other Roottree-related media. This included Lauren's diaries, VHS releases of Gwen's old movies, and as well as countless other unauthorized biographies, which mostly seemed to attempt to capitalize on the Roottree sisters Carla and Brenda. The re-releases were too late to successfully capitalize on or extend the craze. As a result, most of them were failures, and countless novel t-shirts had the variations of I'm a secret Roottree became immediately unfashionable for some, though some people still wear them ironically. Ironically. That's not how you spell it. Yeah, I don't think that's how you spell it. Pick. I can't spell. Hi. God damn it. Why wouldn't this come up with any? This be in it was spelt weird, wasn't it? 20 GWNY. WYN. Focus on talking. Oh, okay. Fucking toy. Lopez is popular and attractive enough that even though his music is now targeted towards teen girls, they seem to be paying attention now anyways. While he hasn't done any interviews with the magazine, listed him amongst the hunky hotties from the past few months. All files that tell you various facts about him. His real name, David, his birth date, February, okay. Grew up. The letter to the editor also claims that it's not possible that he was born 1977. He claimed a song called 17 Magazine that he turned 1790. The editor responds with a statement that they've reached out to his agent to ask about the song, and they were told it wasn't performed by Five Pez and they should print her. Oh ho ho ho. Oh ho 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 ho. 17 Magazine, sometimes referred to as 17 Magazine, title of an unreleased and controversial song by Dirthead Davy. There's mentions of it on a few sites, claiming that it was on the first release of his first mixtape, but was removed. There's no audio or visual evidence of it existing, but there are independent accounts from people who have claimed that who have heard it, and they do generally line up. According to their recollection, it was about many different loosely connected occurrences of the number 17, mostly violent. Intro states it was written on Davy's 17th birthday and involved a fictional but glorified series of murders as a fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. The person doing the violence was apparently trying to beat Dahmer's high score. Jeffrey Dahmer had pleaded guilty to killing 6 people in '92. Oh, you're a butt. Knocked over my notebook. Knocked over. I have to give closing his eyes. Sleep as long as you don't fucking run and. So it could have been 92 or 97. So is that why that's not right? That's still... Turned 792. 1975, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Oh yes, it does, because if it wasn't, it would take him out of that bracket. Got it. No, but I mean, I had this lined up anyways. Like, that doesn't change much. Could have been one of them. Original? Couple back there. Also, the fact that he's in the same suit kinda makes me wonder. Nope. Hi, buddy. Are these called the next generation? Or the... No, the free spirits is what they were called. buddy. Not. Hold on. Somebody wrote a book. That's the book. Okay. Stop it. Aren't for you. That you're going for, sir. Not for you. No. Sir. Delicious. Stop. I'm trying to play. Bored? Is that what it is? Are all your friends put away? Are you bored? Sorry, I'm so boring. Oh. Everybody. Go sleep. There it is. Go to sleep. Stop it. Stop. Stop. Released earlier seer details show the truth about Elias Roottrees as well as Sam's father, Edward Clint Roottrees, and John Miller. They helped verify your story, so much of the book's core contents are familiar. That said, Sam has some sections on other family secrets. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it's new to you and may be important to your new church. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during the tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting around 1968 after the death of Elias Roottrees. Her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1904. Most of the relevant rumors coincided with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 1978. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to Six, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of faithful to his wife, Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. He knew this. Okay. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that might be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that the daughter showed up with Guy and didn't feel comfortable partners. So a friend of a friend of a friend. Okay, so one of Sam's farmer supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who never met Sam but worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Anatolia's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties. Didn't seem to be comfortable switching partners. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottree. However, when he went on trips over, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There's also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, she always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using this kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. She mentions that Elias and Gwyneth were also known to loudly argue, sometimes about other women. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her who's Beth, because he overheard yelling about someone who was named that. Of course, Sam knows Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, different supervisor from the farm, but never met her. Okay, so I was right that they might have been there might have been another person. Look up Anatoli's, I just don't think that would birth. Large number of Anatolia's restaurants, not because it's a common name for Italian restaurants, you mean? Italian restaurant, and it's been in the Butler County Times twice. The most time was when it closed in 19. Owner Rochelle Zimmer, who sold on at the time the article, she would move fire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband was a chef at Anatoli's years ago when she delivered product from her farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance Here, now she has a bun in the oven and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston. Okay, so... met her daughter at one of Guy's parties and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Cater from a local restaurant. But, I mean, this is the closest we have here. That she's the secretary. Husband's the problem. Get 3 fucking affairs because there's this one down here too. God damn it, Steve. God fuck, not Steve. God damn it, fucking. Okay. Farm. Deliver produce from the miller's farm. I would assume that's Elizabeth's daughter. That means he was with Elizabeth and not Elizabeth, but with so confused. This paragraph confused. Daughter at one of Guy's parties and pregnancy. So she showed up with Guy but left with. Is that what I'm getting? Secretary but went back to produce on. Produce on. When was this? Could have been. I also don't have her. Puff Pea. Mother's farm. God, there's so many. But this can't be Elizabeth because you married somebody else, though. What else did we get from here? What was the name of the farm again? Much has changed over the last many months of the Roottree Candy Company. One of those things is the website. Although during the last search you only got a good look at the history page, the design itself has clearly become much more sleek and very corporate. Gone is any history focused on Elias Roottree. Instead, the site seems to focus on the present status of their candy offerings, the high quality JPEGs of each of their products. There are some ads for Root, which is a clothing company owned by the Roottree Candy Company. There's also a small section at the bottom that lists president as Clark Rafete Laroche. Your bio mentions that he was responsible for some of the marketing before taking the reins after the unfortunate plane crash. There's also a small memorial section for those perished in the plane crash during the route. Charles, Brenda, Kurt Johnson, Mark Sanchez, Trish King, Liza Nicholson. Okay. Let's... Kurt Johnson and Mark Sanchez were the pilot and co-pilot of the Roottree jet during its crash in late last December, although the NTSB investigation not released. Foul play has been ruled out. Trish King was on the cabin crew of Rootree's private plane. Elizabeth Nicholson, who went by Eliza, lived in a house with her family about 200 yards from the section of the woods where the plane crashed. She reportedly had a heart attack during the commotion, and her family were unable to reach emergency services due to the overwhelmed phone lines and ongoing storm. Her son-in-law managed to flag down an officer crash, but it was late. National Transport crashes. listen. That was that part. Figured that was gonna come up. Trisha King. Oh, same thing comes up. Ow. Donald. There's definitely more here. You read this? Oh, I haven't. It seems Miracle Sr. is going on a new tour of the United States in late 1999. The previous flyer for 3 generations of Miracles has been replaced. Be part of history. The oldest living Rootree reprises and retells his incredible story. Miracle Rootree grew up as one of the famous 5 pieces, living a life of wealth and luxury, but fortune was nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Doctors determined that he was destined to die young, but fate had different plans. He has lived a long and fruitful life. However, he's now in his 70s, and his age is beginning to make life on the road more difficult. So consider this your last chance to see him in a town near you before he settles back down to Pennsylvania. In this intimate evening, Miracle will reminisce about his famous history. He'll discuss his family's saints and sinners and provide a unique perspective on the one of the most notable families in the United States today. Learn what originally drove him away from his fortune and into the arms of religion. And learn how his life has become more wealthy and secure than it could ever have been. I also list churches he was appearing in, mentions the tickets can be purchased at their local. Noticeably absent are the mentions about miracles. troubles, you say? Ruby Legal Enterprises is the name of the law firm that has been hired by the Roottree Candy Company. The company is named after the head lawyer, Ruby Spratz. You can't find much about the company from before this year, though all the articles tell the same tale. After a fiasco of 6 pieces and the revelation that the Rootree's internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. The Ruby Legal Enterprises group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the corporation, including the candy company. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against. That does nothing for me. The Root website has a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, but it contains no information. The most recent catalog, spring 1999, has an entirely black cover with no text on it. On the leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who was apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name, and she seems unrelated to your search. There's also a scholarship page. On it, you find information about the Roottree sisters' fashion scholarship. It is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently, it also gives them an opportunity to draw up their designs on professional models all one way. According to the site, the fund was created directly from the shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottree sisters if they were still alive. Like other aspects of the Plants Trust, it's managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. Ruby just wiggled her way into this, didn't she? Damn. Garland was the last name. This. Where would I find her? Oh! They look at a local source, yeah. Plants Trust is the Rootrees company and unusual legal information for most of the major financial decisions. As a recap, the entire family earns inheritance directly from the profits of the candy company, as well as their sister clothing company. Period. This means that nearly every Roottree has potentially have a say in the company's high-level operations. Historically, this has caused the family to be slow to approve any major expenditures that could significantly dig into the profits. After a release of 6 pieces by Sam Masson, the Plants Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should all have been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie Roottree. It seems that those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edward Roottree, at the discretion of Elias Roottree, purposefully deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked in an attempt to keep and her father, Edward Clancy, twin brother, in comparative poverty. Because of the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. James' book revealed this to the public and did not go over well. Clark Raffaello took over the company, and his most celebrated move was his first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. To help facilitate this, their inheritance aspect of the trust is now under the control of a third party, Local Enterprises. This ensures that the financial motivations of Roottree family members will not interfere with the investigations into potential new Rootrees. According to Clark's letter, however, some family members are still doing their best to slow the investigation by refusing. Elias and Gwyneth Roottree were never really celebrities, but the general public's perception of them as classic faces associated with the Roottree Candy Company had always been in somewhat high regards. This was Elias's intention, a family man with his family brand. Since Six Pieces, the candy company has placed much less of an emphasis on Elias as a historical brand-connected figure. But there have also been those who have argued that it was his right to decide how to split his inheritance and that he did nothing wrong. This has led to some heated television exchanges and countless op-eds. The first Anderson Maple farm only be popular to tourist attractions during the summer months when it had special tours. Since it's seen an explosion of off-season business as some religious and political groups decide to visit to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional and financial rights. This rise in support was in turn followed by picketed from gay rights activists when some particular inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimage. Yeah, they did. Jesus. Get picketed, bitch. Amongst all this conflict, the farm has since shut down seemingly indefinitely. The site says check back later, but has no date listed. The folks from Bess Williams' book appear to have taken down. Bess Williams? Where were you and what did you do? That's not a copy pasta. This is a copy pasta. Thank you. Nope. Beth Williams was an author born in the late 1800s. She lived just outside of Miami. Died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck in the area in 1926. Beth had a major history with the Roottrees. Her only notable book, Family Man, is widely considered blatant propaganda about Elias Roottree. It has been all but forgotten until recently, during the height of Roottree Mania. There's a site dedicated to hurricane statistics that also mention Bess Williams. The Bocadorla Library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the nonfiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 1950 and then enclosed in 1960. Multiple large libraries opened in the area, made it Particular library. Family Man? Look at this before. Oh. Oh ho ho ho. The dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace the definition picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Wash, so copyright. Copyright had expired. The best thing it has going on for it has 85, that's only 85 pages long. He's only 85 pages long. Okay, well, how does that help me? Because it does not seem to have helped me at all. How does that help me? Is that the same picture? I mean, it is, but it's in black and white. Picture. Oh. Put this. Oh, freak. What is he doing? Musician would have to be the, because he's a rapper. 74. I have 4 right. So like, unless it's here maybe. This 5 pets is a star, so that's where you start. So that's gotta be right. That's his mom. Damn. Just throwing a guess. I mean, the other guess I could throw. Just because his name's been thrown around a lot. It'd be funny if it was him. 85 pages long, but it has something for me. What is it? Annie Mom? Oh, we haven't looked at that. Anonymon. Annie Mom was the second high-profile case after Felix Fellows of the potential new added to the trust. Instead of claiming herself a Rootree, however, she claimed she slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a Rootree. The accusation came during the height of Roottree Mania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a guy's voice, promoted an article about herself. In the TV interview, the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottree. The name Annie Mom was not self-inflicted. Sprung up occasionally because nobody knew how else to refer to her. The day after the News Time article, Sam Madsen publicly supported Annie Mom due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, Annie Mom went on a media blitz. Ultimately, it backfired as more details came out. People were skeptical of her story due to similarity to Five Pez. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job as secretary in the time period, 70s. After fumbling the Five Pez story so publicly, the Roottrees were more prepared to handle all clients' trust-related cases. Within a week, the DNS proved that Anonymous' daughter would not be related to the Roottree. This was announced at the joint press conference with the lawyers representing both Anonymous and the Roottree. The party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. After the negative results, were many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who had built up hope that history could repeat itself after Five Pez felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymous be held accountable, and some people began to attempt to track down her true identity. The Roottree company felt pressure to put out a second statement to try and curb some of the backlash, even going as far as to say, though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottree is not a Roottree, this doesn't mean that her mother and Guy were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make her claim, as it has been verified that her story about Guy were not exaggerations. Please leave the family alone. Many people claim this high-profile, anticlimactic, and public backlash was the beginning of the end of the Roottree Mania, since much of the fun was the shared fascination about secret Rootrees. Others think that, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was the final notable event related to the release of Six Pieces and back to normal. Jane Doe Roottree has already been eliminated as potential new by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anna Mom's affair does not appear on your... Oh. Well, shit. That sucks. Alright. The Roottree Rift I did not look up. There's another thing I was gonna look up. Three press releases from the Roottree Candy Company after the release of Six referred to as the Roottree Rift due to the clear conflicts. First was fairly standard. It stated that there was no president of the Roottree Company, but the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims they raised and decided next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Roottree would be taking over temporarily as interim president. Oh, really? It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book and had verified the claims within and would look into compensating Miss Madsen and her family immediately. Also stated that company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revise the client's trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that time between the two press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came that next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely, that Clark Rafferty LaRoe and Ron Roottree would be taking over the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation planned would be based on a stringent verification. Was announced as president of Roottree during the Roottree Rift, and the next press release immediately reversed the announcement, instead stated that Ron and Clark would take over. A few weeks later, Ron was dropped from the title entirely. There are hundreds of results about this development, but most articles are retelling the basic details. Some veer into heavy speculation based on an article about Ron in Business Watch. Ron also done some interviews saying that the truth of what went on behind the scenes is not something he to discuss. Instead, he hopes to release a movie about it someday. 3 weeks ago, Ron's mother, Gwen, died in Paris, France. Brother Robbie, you've seen Business Watch. Business Watch ran an article about 2 months after the Roottree Rift about what really happened with Roottree. The article mentions that nobody from Roottree that they reached out to willing to go on to record. Instead, the timeline of events have been constructed from public record, accidental leaks, and a source on the side. The only parts that are new to you are also the most vague parts, the ones supposedly confirmed by the anonymous source. The timeline says that the family actually held a preliminary vote after Carl Roottree died, but before the release of the 6 pieces, and decided they wanted Ron Roottree to take over because of his experience running RR Productions and because he was well-known and well-respected Roottree. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the clan's trust to remove Robbie Roottree. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled, and Ron became frustrated with the delay. Then the 6 pieces came out. He saw his chance to force action when the family was in the limelight and released a press release itself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. This caused chaos within the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to the Business Watch source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the clan's trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about, but seemed like the safest choice. Ooh, okay. I mean, it doesn't help me, but... Lance trusts the Roottrees company unusual legal arrangement. Oh, I think I looked at this before. I looked at the book. Looked up. Coined by a popular sketch show as part of a fake pharmaceutical advertisement for Get Together. While the segment isn't fully about the Roottree Candy Company, it was released in the week after their bizarre response to release of 6 pieces by Sam Mason and references the recent news. In the sketch, a woman ordered number 5 at a drive-through speaker, and then pulling forward, she changed her mind at the window, asking to switch to number 3. This has caused a lengthy backup and annoyance among the restaurant employees and other patrons. After she pulled away, as the employees began helping other customers, the same woman barged into the restaurant past the current line, loudly complaining that she didn't receive her number 5. After the sketch transitioned from the restaurant scene into a pharmaceutical commercial, a doctor claims that a woman was suffering from indecisionitis, that causes extreme confusion and irritability and has recently been found to severely hinder the leaders of large corporations, but could also spread to humans. The doctor then recommends JIT together, a fake pharmaceutical drug. Multiple testimonials use variations of the catchphrase, when I can't make my tough decisions, I gotta get my JIT together. Wow. Final testimony included a bald man in silhouette with a voice changer saying, I'm not comfortable sharing who I am. I'm comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I really should have gotten my shit together. Shit together! Wow. Kinda rough. I look up Carl again. Many websites and news articles. Guys, Carl Roottree's daughters and wife Brenda. As far as you can tell, Carl and Brenda Roottrees never had any marital issues. Come across an article about Kristen Valdez, who could have been Carl's high school sweetheart before Brenda. She does not have any claim about having a child with him. Here to be paid to talk about his early life. Most of it is boring. She says that they met when sent to private school near her hometown, broke up when he graduated back to Butler County. See what Mama comes up with. God dang. Huh. Robert? Oh, Ron. Watch ran an article about 2 months after about what really happened with her. The article mentions that nobody from about to timeline events has been constructed for public record accidentally. Someone says the family actually held a permanent vote after Carl died, but literally 6 over. Was released from French prison after serving a few years for assault, embezzlement, and arrest were partially featured as Robbie's participation in the arrest was of evidence in Sam's favor and has since become much more publicly famous. He is not yet returned to the U.S., but when journalists reached out to him recently after the death of his mother, he had a blanket statement a few days ago. The death of my mother was hard on our family, my brother and I. After spending time together, caring for her and mourning her, we have finally made amends. It was a highly transformative few weeks when it came to our relationship. In recovery from my addiction, a major aspect of that process, but that I wish to describe it. Butler County Police. If I look at, please come up with something. If I can I get like a database from these guys? So like if I go here, oh! Butler County Police are advertised quite often in the Butler County Times. Their advertisement lists them as one of Butler County's top 3 cover bands. What is attributed to the Butler County Times as well, so it appears they're locally approved. You can book the Butler County Police to play any gigs, such as bar and bat mitzvahs, weddings, school dances. Apparently, for an extra fee, they can also play music. Full crew. There's also a ton of mentions of Butler County's actual police force in the newspaper, because Butler County Times archive go back over a few hundred years. Searching for police matters in the newspaper won't. Where do you want me to search it? So how do I Can I look this up? Luknuts are bread. Ah! Which is a real county in Pennsylvania, but uses fictional elements. Because the Butler County Times. Randomly pick somewhere. Ha! Funny. Okay, well. Police force. So if I type police force, will they come up? How do I narrow it? Can I just type in police? Force? FBI! The law enforcement. Butler County. What do I need? What do I need? Oh my god, there's another affair. I just saw that. Holy shit, there's 4 affairs. There's many affairs. Oh my god, never mind. There's fucking more than that. Jesus Christ, guy. Right, fucking guy's a fuckhead. What a fuck boy? Shit. Well, fuck. if it didn't go to court. Yes, I remember that. Put in a biography of Van Gogh. Why not? This is relevant. I need to learn about art. Make it relevant, damn it. Why am I hitting a wall? What am I missing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Who am I doing? Who's doing what? Who fucked who? That's what I need to know. Who fucked? Start here, so I still have one thing on here I haven't dealt with. Yep. March 1999, about 5 months ago, it was announced that both Clark Rafferty and Ron Roottree would be taking over for what essentially described as a transitional period in the aftermath of About 2 weeks later, the company released a press statement that thanked Ron for his work, but announced that Clark was the permanent president. Most of the information about Clark you knew already. Many descriptions of him tend to focus on his advertising career and that his mother was Lauren Roottree. You seem to touch on his complex and volatile marital history. Oh! Did I read this already? Since taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray in the public eye. He gained a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her into the family. Into the trust. This also served as an announcement that Clan's trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family due to financial motivation. None of ever be impartial. So Clark was one of them. Well, we kind of knew that already. And I... for all of them. Thumbs up. Aspect. Full profit player that came back. I think. Okay. Pulling the issue as self-tester. Can't find much before here. Or this year. Concept for this has gotta be Guy. And but what's his most recent? Because it's not president. What else could he be? Your house husband? I would say president, but not because what would he be going back to? Oh, died in a car accident. Oh no. But he would have been president. Was her name Joanna Fellows? Ew. I'm assuming it wasn't Fellows. After that, before first, parents divorced, or Portland. Is it Davy? That wouldn't make it though. This was like the one I was fucking sure of. Learn to Roottrees. Wait, what? So her last name is not Fellows. Yeah, it can't be. What is Zachariah? Not Zach, it's Zachariah. Zachariah. Alright. Fuck! Oh, you spelled it though, right? Yeah. Zachariah. Gonna be a pain in the ass, aren't you? What do I need to know her last name? What is her last name? Evie Whitlock is another name I never looked up. Stevie Whitlock. Whitlock is a lawyer with a history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. Still, she managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities and athletes. She became famous in the mid-1980s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company for 12-inch subs were actually an average of 11.5 inches long. TV argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, that was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to Los Angeles. The jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, but the news coverage of her crusade turned out to be priceless. None of it seems to be related. He was Zach Morton's secretary when he retired. But then he was 2, right? Yeah, so you would have been... Yeah, that's when Guy came. So 6. How did you confirm she died of an overdose? I spelled it wrong. Right? Joanna. Dirty Joanna. Why can't I just like look up Roottree secretary and then it'd be fine? You just give me a list of them. Boom. Is that Root? Whatever. God damn it, I'm stuck. I know there's something I'm fucking missing, but I don't know what. Obviously. Oh, it's not Garland, it's Christopher Garland. But I need a picture of her. Come on. The fucking bitch. dumbass phone. It's just Roottree Company. Okay, I have looked. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I had the name of the farm in here somewhere too. Is that under Elias? Oh! The Bocadoro Library no longer exists. You find multiple libraries in the area. According to the website for the library system in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states their hours and list of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have one room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits is their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that has been used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper that the last is the original print of Cuba by Cuban Triple. Don't wanna use the help button. Don't wanna use the help button. Like I might have to use the help button. Don't wanna use help, but I feel like I need to. First glance doesn't seem like it is, but I'll get anything I can get right now, 'cause this sucks. Second glance, it still doesn't seem it. God damn it! Who's more mar? This is kind of like wiki or wiki race, where you're like boom, 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 boom. Okay, fine. fucking fuck nut. What was her name? It was Gwen. About her death? I'm very passive. Not much is known about her death except it was announced that she died peacefully while being treated for dozens of years. Ammonia. Yep, that's what I said. Pneumonia. Jesus Christ. Apparently been in relatively good health according to friends and family. Oh no. Hit movie Guys Like Us. Guys Like Us is a 1950s comedy film. Series cuts short hair and poses businessmen to get ahead in life until he falls in love with their client. And hilarity ensues, starring Gwen Roottrees, Leslie Florence, and Harrison. Really popular at the box office, makes the budget back, but somewhat formulaic, so it didn't really stand the test of time compared to other classic films. Recently released for the first time on home video due to Roottree Mania. The time it took to manufacture and ship VHS copies of Guys Like Us, but it missed the height of the craze, which lasted a few years. So it did sell modest well, and there have been talks of other actress besides Gwen in Guys Like Us. Before Guys Like Us, she was in a few small supporting roles, and her performance in Guys Like Us was generally thought of as quite good, especially considering she got second billing to Gwen. Even with the success and acclaim, she retired from Hollywood almost immediately after her co-starring role. Not much was known about her until recently. Guys Like Us was re-released right at the tail end of Roottree Mania. Recently, as part of the myriad of articles and research people have done into those surrounding the Roottrees, it came out that she died of a genetic disease known as Huntington's in the late 19th. Sad. Television actor with a major role in Guys Like Us. The villain in the first season of Western Years, due to popularity of Guys Like Us, he brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, joining the protagonist. Harrison Lane. Did you know Harrison Lane married his high school sweetheart after they Guys Like Us show up came up with something. Don't. about these. Okay. Put it on here. Okay, we looked into that. Butler County, Pennsylvania, yep. Initial website you still use is still up though. Instead of the cheery pink background with purple text, now more traditional black text on a white background. The young webmaster has turned the site into a memorial for the system. The sisters and their father. It seems like she did end up getting her ears pierced like Rose after all. Regardless, no relevant information, just picture the girls with a sad MIDI piano playing in the background. From other high-profile sites, you find that the charity has been set up. The girl's name, the Roottrees Sisters Family. No, what? Fucking, you can read it. It's right there. I can't read. I hit the wrong. The Root website has okay. Oh, okay, so I saw this before. Got it. Magazines. Yep, saw that before. Okay. I mean, saw the other one before. I don't know why it wants us to pull that up again. Yeah. Ernie. Okay. So nothing there. Lauren Roottree, I feel like we have searched. Yeah. Miracle Roottree, we've searched. Yeah, he'll discuss what the fuck's going on. Jim, we haven't. Oh, this. Yeah. Saw this before. Oh, Jim and Diamond apparently set out some mail to Diamond Dazzlers that mentioned they didn't spend a lot of time near or around the Campbell candy company anymore, so they couldn't really comment on any recent news. A best of album did get released CD during Roottree Mania, and while neither of them have performed recently, the couple did do a few signings at local record stores near their estate. During question and answer sessions, Jim had stated he hasn't been inspired to write any new lyrics. As far as you can tell, Jim and Diamond's marriage is still doing just fine, and never had been any rumors of infidelity about either of them. Okay. Good to know. And movies associated with them? Fucking bullshit. There is nothing new here, so yeah, fuck you. Alright. Oh! Entry entitled Cruelty from Lauren Rootree's diary, written 1963. It focuses on the relationship between her mother and father. Ooh! While offered only redundant information during the previous investigation, it mentions the subject of affairs and may be more useful this time around. I am no stranger. True love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisting at an age that most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago. But there is an emptiness in my soul. Do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I'm able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for love, for a long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch, someone you can joke with? I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match, in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, Pop's status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with the cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family sayings, blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gweneth's list and see her kindness as weakness. Let's remember them. Not even our family's ladies and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in miracles. Christ. I can say that without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. Too self-centered to look astray. Huh. Or narrowing out people is what we're saying. So no. Jim. No. Okay. It was 2 diaries, though. What was her other name? Rafferty, I believe. Flavors. Oh no! Why did it let me take pictures? Brian Jones posted his photo of his family together in the hospital following the birth of their newborn girl. His daughter is wearing an adorable little Santa hat, and his wife Stephanie is giving her thumbs up. Moved from her campaign for church. I don't like that you let me take the picture. I also don't like that these two are Roottrees. I really don't like that. That makes me upset. Seems Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones' campaign website. 2 new sections exist. The first is baby photo. There you see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. What's next? There's nothing much of substance there right now, but it accomplishment. And finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family. There has been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. after her grandmother. Caroline? Yeah. What the fuck nugget? Oh. After the release of 6, Caroline Morin did a television interview. Someone has uploaded a partial transcript of the interview on the television section of the messaging community. The transcript is only her answers and is missing questions. This creates a somewhat confusing reading experience, but does give you a bit more history about Caroline and some of her family members. Ooh, spicy. This was a cable news interview. A transcript of only Caroline's answer has been posted on a site about television. Thanks for having me. I've never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all her tractors. But I don't really think it fit her narrative. Ha! Cute. Yes and no, they never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean. I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid any attention. My wife, not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20, had just my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed a guy on a private jet. He lost a tooth and a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, Rip was somehow more acceptable. Explain that. Followed guy on a private jet to Europe. No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was a huge fan of romance or women. But he didn't like the entire woman. It was undoubtedly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. Oh. He's a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. Made sense why they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. Oh, well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. Problems with women were different than guys. But he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then, he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be. And to Guy and Carl, but it's a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring. Ah. Assuming she's talking about Jim. Never really judged me. I guess he knew pretty heavy judging me for anything. Oh. Uh-oh. Followed a guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. I still fell in love, better understanding. Trip was work set. Am I right? What? They were infidelity? What?
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
Okay.
3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible, so I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me.
Yeah, that'll do that to you.
I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down. The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck!
Yeah, last name. Don't know it. Why are they? Why are they considered infidelity? That's what I don't understand. Photos given to you by Sam Madsen. A woman named Regina Clementine to her, claimed that her husband has confessed. The details of this case can be found in your evidence. Here is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman is the photos Mary Beth Clementine, a singer, may have had an affair with Miracle. Ah. Agree? Husband might think he's a Roottrie, but then also she, older boy wearing a vest, woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine. Oh, a woman named Regina Clementine came to her, claimed that her husband has confessed he was a Roottrie. This case can be found in your evidence. Here is the older boy in the vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer, but an affair with Roottrie. Okay. So this is Stewart. Well, he... Miracle. Mary Beth. The... What was her name? Regina. Stewart. You'd be a singer, right? Auditions. How many? Every time you get 4 additional relatives. 4. 3. Mary Beth Clementine was a singer most popular in the years between 1942 and 1949. Traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs. Although she recorded a few records, they seemed lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of He Got the Whole World in His Hand. Aww. Got the whole world in his hands. He got the whole wide world in his hands. One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoption. Listed on many sites that she made adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. She also spoke as an advocate. She was supposed to be an advocate for benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1959, who were debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of African American children to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on the adoption site under unusual. In 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. This ended her career with the religious audience she had occasionally since. She mostly faded into obscurity. Beth passed away in 1940. Wait a minute, what? Edison was a small record label based in Los Angeles, existed a few years in the 40s. Founder Sterling Edison. New Edison was a small record label. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining in popularity. According to a website about the history of recorded sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison and Edison Records vs. Edsels. Find a new reference to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collection says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the old Rugged Cross and says that the first edition was originally published before she leaked the name. Another site claims that police had called New Edison's records after its owner Sterling Edison got in an altercation in public, leading to divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user submitted. There is an email address at the bottom and a phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood." And Edison Records was one of first record labels after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very unimportant except the potential lawsuit filed. A website about lawsuits mentions this is the fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem. The person being sued, a record producer who called himself Edison, was outed for not actually being Edison. Etzel was a German name, and at the time of founding of the company, a U.S. war. The war with Germany, the company's founder immediately settled to try to get the king to go away, but the damn. It was Etzel, not Edison. What was her name? Waker. How did I forget that? I feel like these would after her. What? Okay. Doesn't specifically say, it just this. Does he have children though? Okay, I don't get off of my. You were given some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam Madsen. These records are based on old tax mail. Still employees that work directly for Roottree or in their corporate office. Many laborers on the farms and their factories are not listed. Not sure how helpful they'll be, except for cross-referencing guys, secretaries, and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they're listed in these books will be very time-consuming. Elizabeth. I don't know what everything I offer. Robertson. Okay. Here's the Robertson. Actually, looking at all of these. Highlight. John Miller, Elizabeth. Sarah! Because pressure to her daughter at one of Garland did. His name is Garland. Her name is a name. What? Arrow. Robert. Or stay that, but then she makes them Clementine. See? Or are they Edels? Ah! $75. Oh, best stayed there. I see both of them got married. 77, really? Ah. Took over any expenses. With Cravensworth. Isn't there Elizabeth supposed to be in there? Said Elizabeth, but not my Elizabeth. Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth. Different Elizabeth. Elias had Elias had Elizabeth. Where'd it go? Alright, Elias once had a secretary. Okay. No lurking. Beatrice Watson, Corinne Schwartz are hired. Juliet McCullen and Doris are known by Roottree. much. Didn't tend to stick around very long. Or was moved to office staff. Robert Andrews, Edward left. Bren and Beatrice left. Linda Lewis and hired. Is no longer employed. When it? Oh, because she married, okay. Jesus! My dude! Guy Hudson died in May 1982, so the first few months of the year continued along the same pattern as they've been led. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most extenuous expenses ended, and all of the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy, were let go. Sam Metzen left Roottree 1984, so it's the last set of books you'll have access to. Carl Roottree joined special management. Douglas was rehired. And page. Okay. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine. Salazar from husband's wrote me about a month ago. Apparently the Roottree lawyers went after her. At the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who was a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottree, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was named Marybeth Clementine. Where did I put this? Whoops. This supposed to go under Miracle. Pretty well known in the 30s, 50s, singer who went to tour a lot of churches, grew up online, and she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger. Regina said that Stuart told her they always seemed to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that she is what she says attached to, you know. I met in 60s. Valentine. The small piece about a fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from a different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sim's wife Carla, as well as multiple staff members at his school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. According to this section with Colleen, she and him met when he worked for an airline. She worked in airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975, he lost his job, so they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister, and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both herself, although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally. They used the web name so nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. So a Sims Crocodile. Tried to approach it from. Clementine is listed on a website titled the Infamy List, a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Oh! Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there, or Australia. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He's a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950. Most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over Canadian and Mexican borders for a illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. Apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, and was caught when he had tried to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile. The nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegrapher is credited as having given him the nickname. The mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego, violating it in an attempt of visiting his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. Oh, wait. That's wrong. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Wait. Who's Carla? Carla was the ex, not Colleen. Huh? I got confused. Hold on. Mark's ex-wife, Colleen Webb. Okay. No. Right. Okay, so it's... Why would that be... Didn't they have 2 girls? Girls. Second daughter. Williams died. Wife. Wife was. Carla. This would be Webb. Kept their last name. Wife. Why does that say? No. Criminal? 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 Violet? Not what I wanted. Names are Sims still? They just went by it? Yeah, it is Sims, right? No! Not! Clementine! Clementine. Okay. All right. Okay, so that's all right. That's right. I didn't have anything else in. Last name Quaker. Hey. Released on parole. Famously punched the principal and named Billy Singh. Press. Sites. About true stories focused on and around religion. Mentioned 1950, a gospel Mary once found herself dealing with life baby mo. Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption. Somebody decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the site, she adopted him without question. Though it wasn't national news, in many circles, it became known as the basket baby. No one on tour with her as she grew up. None of the websites state who the woman or the baby were, likely to prevent people too closely. Context, you know that it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life. Her son Mark would later be known as Crocodile. Okay. Hey. Reminders. Oh! Griff Rafferty's prodigy site seemed to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousin. Instead, it's a list of questions. Most relevant ones are the following. Are you Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He's happy to hear from me now. He calls me once a month. He came to visit me at college. He tells me about the things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we're very close. You ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo of when I was 5 in the office with my dad and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. The photo's been added to your evidence. How did you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottree Curse website. He emailed me some old stuff including the proof, but even the proof, the website didn't take it down. Spelled finance wrong? I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting or other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make a cartoon someday. Lulu. Don't stop. That's Clark. I don't know what that is. Yes. Mother and Guy. Yeah, buddy, I don't know. Chris. Clark. Guy. Her? I don't know. What was his name? he is a police officer, then he should show up. I just find circle and look. Emergency service website. Web pro. Ah. Okay, then what ah? Why don't you show up anywhere? Why don't you show up in any of the articles? You should show up somewhere. Why don't you show up anywhere except for this part? I know this isn't gonna come up with anything. Anything. Yeah. Well, I'm not a bitch. So bye. I Well, this is Elizabeth Craven. Okay. And she was a secretary because everybody's sleeping with Pearl. Don't know how I find. First picture. Ta-da! It's probably not. That's not picture. Oh, my shoulder! Also, Hermie, why are you in bed? Fuck. I gotta find one fuck. You have the same problem I do. Is if I ever try to go to bed at a decent time, yeah, it don't work. Help! Help! I don't know. Fired and then fired? The fuck? Catherine. He could possibly. That was 81. When was Christine? '76. 76. So she is in the wrong area. Christine. Pharaoh. And yes, a secretary. Yes, Steven. What's your last name? Garland. Garland. Alright. Now that's in the right place, which means... because that's right after this, because she was then hired, then... Okay. And she left, okay. Beatrice and Corinne were hired. Jesus, so many fucking secretaries. Holy fuck nugget. Catherine Garrett. There's a cat thrall in here. I don't remember where it Ah, casserole. Glennon. Okay. Wait. Okay. Another casserole in here though. There. Oh, I thought I saw another casserole. Name sticks out to me for some reason. I don't know why. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Has 3 something in it. Came in and out real quick. Ganondorf School for the Deaf, formerly Ganondorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottree office is in Butler County, but it serves much of the part of the Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. According to the website, it was formerly named Ganondorf Dove 1990 because Ganondorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in the early days. The staff is listed on the website. You can scan through all of the biographies and find that the principal, Miss Ford, is fluent in 5 languages including ASL. She's been working at the school for over 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. Mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Ford. She was moved to the... Okay. She was the interpreter. No longer employed. Hello, Clue. 82. Forward. Principal. When was this picture? Around Clark's age, but when was Clark's age? When was this picture taken? Where is it? When he was little. When was it? Do I have a name? Do I have a date? God damn it. Get talking mushrooms. Okay, well, we have another one. Wait, 15 years from... Hold on. That'd be 97. Oh. Just corrected. Got it. Hudson Wind was an expansion of Grandorf Dove. No, Grandorf Dove. It was built in 1982. Okay. It was a separate Whoa, wait a minute. That don't add up. She had been working there 15 years? Well, wait. Why did I do 82? No, it's not 82. Take it from 99. 87. Okay. That still doesn't work. Because it was built in 82. She said she had been working at the school for 15. So it just depends on when this was taken, I guess. But yeah, okay, that time would match up. According to this, Separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus, operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to the history of the site, they got their name after the president of the Roottree company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from the other information you've seen about the school. It mentions that the donations came at the instance of an employee of Roottrees at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the school before the Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. Yep, okay. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, convinced Roottree management to invest in the school. Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends, but since it has added afternoon classes on the week. That's good. That's good. Why do I still have 8 from pages? Can I like get to this magazine? It'd be funny if it had a thing. Secretaries right now. Who is this person? I keep seeing her name everywhere. Watermelon. Oh. Cute. Oh, he's a cop. Yes, I do know what he is. Motherfucker. Idiot. I knew that. I mean, I know, but like... That one I already know. Yeah. Come up with the same thing? Didn't they do this already too? Oh, it didn't. Mark Zimmer. Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Oh, that's cute. Both closed. Oh! Where did I put it? Garland is white was Kitchen Tales was a story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer that had some success after it was featured on a morning talk show. The book released before the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. One book collector states that the published were unprepared for the demand and that there was no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. Find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. Mentions one of the Kitchen Tales recipes, salt water. The owner of the site has of the recipe added to your evidence. She says if you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. Okay. Kitchen Tales is a book that combines recipes and stories. It's mild popularity, but seemed to hear from online marketplace 92. On a scan of the story on a website, it demonstrates how to bake the plated loaf. For years, two bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, combined knowledge. Loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheek. They thought sweetly about one another. One day whisked away, scripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears salt her bread. The recipe asks the refined flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary. Combine the salt and water together. Add to mixture, whisk it. 10 to 12 years later, that they met again, seemingly by fate, Flora's unique dough had earned as King's personal baker. Yates had found special success as well. He baked for 45 diplomats. One returned to the Dutch Isles with 450 unbaked loaves and sent to the palace bakery that required no meat. On seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt as if she had not been Made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace oven. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. Yates eased her pain. He insisted she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought possible, but he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss the final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plated loaf. Word quickly spread of the new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years. They settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden with no regrets. What? Kitchen Tales by Marx. How did he know Zimmer? I type in Garland, maybe? Steve Garland's mentioned in a couple articles. The first was an article on how he met his wife Christine when he worked at Anatolis. The second is from months later in September of 78, a listing for his weekend cooking classes, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so that he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 91 and is titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. These usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland bean salad, for example, involved making a tray with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook in addition to additional stories that followed the same format. All of this. I have a daughter. Great. No, you have a daughter. Or no, you have a son. Oh, yeah. No, it was re-released as something else. Garnish of Garnishing the Truth is a cookbook credited to Garland and Zimmer. Released 94, it was actually quite successful after the duo appeared to promote it on daytime talk shows. There's been multiple printing since. According to the book review, the recipes are coming by stores. Okay. Yeah, it's Steve. I know that. Oh, it's Garland and. Got it. The direction of this book is a series of acknowledgements from Steve. The first is Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are my apple of my pie. The second is James and Robert. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. James and Robert. Finals mark. You proved my storytelling approach to recipe popular. Without you, this book wouldn't. Also a forward from Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in '78 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. You might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at Karen's brew house over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night for free for an entire year fermentation. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather get a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing the bookstore, please buy our book. Need more money for when the free beer runs out in the bookstore. Could probably use this. James and Robert. Hope it's James. Robert. Pub in Boston, but apparently bars are all. List of famous people who've had a drink, including former president of the United States, not the Roottree Company, Kennedy. There's also a few listings of television shows and books mentioned McCarran's, as well as how they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, what sites say about local and regular. Stevie G wrote a book about food. Prefer cocktails, but gave us a shout out. We ain't gonna say no. Free press, so grab a bite at his kids' joint Friday. Bye. Friday is a fairly popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but make locals seem various places. One more in-depth review explains that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Unusually, the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. You also find a short story about it listed on a website called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link random sites related to Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, give the relatively short opinions on things in Boston. Very unorganized. How's this to say about Friday? To get over it, I saw it in Chef's Signature, so I went and there was a huge line that didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? Chef's Signature. Okay. Chef's Signature covered Friday less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine name implies, each restaurant lists one main dish that head chef is known for. Friday's signature is samosa cone. The cover of the main article has been added to your evidence. have a person. Hey. Chef's Signature, a national published magazine targeted towards fans of unusual restaurants, featuring James and Robert Garland on the cover of November 98 issue. According to the article, the two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Friday, a play on the tie-dye shirts that the servers wear. It exclusively serves veterinarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thailand and India. Their signature dish is a samosa cone. From a distance, somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream, complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and special ginger-based sauce. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. As a result, James answers most of the interview's questions. James credit his love for food and his culinary skills to their upbringing. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef. My mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how we met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved before I could even talk, but told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Friday. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook ended up being less temporary than he'd hoped. She had to go back to work as secretary even after Robert was born. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he exercised his skill at home on his days off. We always go shopping and cook as a family on these days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those were some of our family's favorite memories. We're all together. Mom always had an eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Friday often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine apple. Oh. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite, and my dad always had the stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realize it's Sistine Chapel pun, but assume that that's all there is to it. It's actually a secret named after them. Sort of. Oh, that was cute. Cute. Yeah. Hi.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision.
Sounds like it.
The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Okay? You're not gonna you're not gonna give me more information, you fucking cuck? Roottree curse? During your initial search, you came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the Roottrees. 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. The visitor counter has reached 7 digits. Many older articles have been replaced. It seems that the recent uprising in Roottree news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of events to base new theories on. More than one of his theories involve Roottree deaths being faked. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with a post mentioning that he begun believing the guy's not dead theory. In his own words, my eyes have been opened. All of this is beginning to make too much sense. One of the posts details the belief that Ron Roottree is still in charge, when Roottree's death was faked, and that Clark is the only there to throw people off. Apparently, this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. Another about the rapper Five Pez. He can't possibly be a Roottree. One of his first album songs, when he was performing under the double name, actually mentions that he wanted to have sex with Raina. Not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to Overwood, the author of 6 Piece isn't real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for madness. They're purposely leaving hints for us, he claims, by using 6 Piece with Lauren Roottree's book as a one-time pad. He has begun to decrypt the cipher. Most of the cipher has seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the words people and vastness and is working on figuring out what it means. He also requests at the bottom, next year, 2000, is a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Roottrees red-handed in Operation RT-29. Specifically mentions not to volunteer if you ever drink Spirit Cola, but doesn't go why. The Guy's Not Dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on clues that the Rootrees have supposedly hid all over the place. This includes in candy wrappers, in print advertisements, in television commercials, in their jingles, elect. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottree company and introduced multiple failed products. Something needed to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back in the favor of consumers, so they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorized that he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. The people who run the site are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue to all of this that accidentally leaked in a banned article from magazine Picotree. On the page is a scan of the magazine's cover, interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Hudson, and some photos. Are these the ones that I was supposed to find? Interview with author hired to write a book. You claim to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Rootrees, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short time period of 97, right? Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, actually, the last night of 78. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man and looking for my next project when his wife... Can I look this up before? Oops. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party and cornered me to talk about a book. It was the first time anyone recognized me for my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interested was allowed to stay. Chop, chop, snip, snip, anything, even the slightest threat the guy's image ended up gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to 2 traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottrie. Second, he never be satisfied living the life needed to be that way. He had his fortune and good looks, but he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Mr. Rogers, really? Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Roottrie was boring as hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Roottree Legacy, with Elias on the cover. Last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. And remember fancy flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavors. So that's what Guy tried to do. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas '79, he went to Brazil to open the Roottree Brazil factory. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. Roottree Brazil, sometimes a road is referred to as basil. One of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottree candy. It was developed as part of Roottree Everywhere initiative. Unlike some of the other Roottree Everywhere results, Roottree Basil Brazil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which caviar flavored 5 pieces released at the end of '78 were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists to today is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5-piece bag with Portuguese writing. Small town Alavalagos near the... Oh, that's a lot of words I don't want to say. Become the location chosen by the Roottree Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were gay. Factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. The Rootrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it's been operating relatively smoothly except for 2 incidents. The first is 82, and the second was an unsuccessful strike in 95 that involved all the factory workers being removed. The factory was originally built and run according to the paperwork at the time by a small company called something 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 something, which literally translated to New Brazil Candy Corporation. The company no longer exists, and no much information has ever existed about it. How much information? Roottrees now run Roottree Brazil entirely. Published by a college student as part of their PhD in history, looks at the rise of in Brazil. It seems up to 88, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during the time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edison Flores. Edison, a former mayor of Brazil. For politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. He was put in charge by the military government in 73. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. And this had two side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. This did not make him a popular mayor, and what the paper speculates was a move to counteract this unpopularity. His wife, Sonia, was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. He often used his connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television, sprouting his benefits and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office till 88 when he was defeated in the first election after military government was no longer in control. After this election loss, he quickly left the town behind. It is not known where he has gone, and the dissertation even speculates he likely fled to stay alive. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publishers to give it their time. He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I had already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. You know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it in big, shiny, embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count, and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good. Imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage. We all got plenty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie, something in the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. I remember her from our trip overseas. Too good for him. Anyways, he died soon after, and the last that ever came up. Susie something. Susan something. Oh, wait, what? Yeah. What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Madsen? Actually, I haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Roottree Brazil, but I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met with someone I figured out who they were and how they were involved. Undoubtedly, so if the meeting had happened when he didn't want me to be around. Doubly so if the, yeah, okay. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including the things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name is Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. When was Brazil? When was Brazil? Oh shit, when was Brazil? When was Brazil? So that would be. That's here. Roottree Everywhere was an expansion in the late 1970s. It coincided with some of the larger changes in the company and mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed very different, sometimes haphazardly ways. There's minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, and you can glean the following. Roottree candy had been distributed globally to certain markets approved by Elias as early as 1940s. This included places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe, mostly the UK. Roottree Everywhere involved Roottree's expansion to other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Roottree. This started with 4 that had no share in Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Each country had an entirely new company formed, mostly making deals with local distributors and factors. Is one the company created. Manufacture and distribute Roottree candy. It was developed as part of Roottree Everywhere initiative in summer of '79. According to a history website for Roottree Aussie, Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was capped to run the Roottree factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Roottree company at the time. Roottree August did have some success, but only in certain regions. Manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in '92 after the death of Martin, and Roottree Aussie now serves as an importer and distributor. So Martin? Family know about. I did. Madsen got things wrong. Sam mentions guys' affairs and treats them logically. Treat them like the infidelity was a problem for Trisha. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutual beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it. The same. What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out for you so you can get it in writing for your women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. Found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. The Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage at the same time, could bet any woman that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage. Oh. Hello. Hello. So his wife was gay, so whatever he was. Good, I'm just getting tired and hungry. I feel like I want to go art. I don't know. I don't know what I wanted. Been in a bad fun. With this. Magazine that came full of find it online. Pico T does not label its individual photos. Both were set under the label. Crystal was provided these photos by the Roottree company for the background of the photo. There is a crystal. So this was Christmas. That oh, you still haven't built it? Daughter, I just don't know which is. Why do we have pictures of him? Wouldn't that be not that? Where is it? Daughter of his partner. Was a daughter. But what did she do? Charles Martin, who company. So Robin Martin. Robin Martin is featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world list. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband, and there was a widely circulated rumor that somewhere in the mid-70s she had a medical procedure to ensure she'd never have children. You found a joke on the site called Edgy Jokes that implies she quite promiscuously and has a punchline involving Robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors, and in the 80s she once showed up at a charity function with very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that simply said "Satisfied Partner" on it. Okay. But what does she do? Robin Martin sold off her father's assets in '92. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope your family's well. After he died, which combined with her inheritance, immediately catapulted her to almost unimaginable level of wealth. The writer at Business Watch, who was assigned to report on this news, seems to approve of this move immensely. While the article does not touch on the announcement of who took over the licorice division, as well as what was to become of the maple factory, Biotech seems dripping with contempt that someone would be willing to cancel and get such a successful company. Fuck. The article ends with a dig at Robin's personal life and lack of traditional values, but who am I to judge? Maybe she sold it to ensure a better future for her own children. Oh wait. Bill. What do you... D.O.? Okay. Oh, CEO? Oh, that's good. Yeah, I can imagine. Hard. That's good. Photo is the first from a magazine interviewed with Cicely Sanchez in Pico Tea. Issue of Pico Tea magazine that came from was pulled from the shelves, but you managed to find it online. Pico Tea does not label it. Cicely was proved. That's what's bitch. I don't know who the blonde is. Christine?
Is this love? Is this love? Is this love? Is this love that I'm feeling? Is this love? Is this love? Is this love? Is this love that I'm feeling?
Oh no!
Whoa.
Oh no! Hello! Happy birthday! Again. Hello, friends. Hello, hello, hello. I was thinking about leaving. Damn it. About that time. It was about that time like 3 hours ago, but listen. I hope you had a great birthday. Hope you get some rest. Hope it was good. I hope it was fun. You were playing Moonlighter, which looks interesting. Yeah. Go get your snacks. It looks cozy. I just was very confused, but I was also kind of watching without volume, so I was like, I don't know what's going on. But I watched it for a little bit. Well, take care of yourself. Take care of your after student stuff. I appreciate you. Welcome everybody from Colette's Weem. Rose. I'm trying to get through this mystery bullshit. This is called The Roottrees Are Dead. And if you wanted to play this game, spoilers ahead of time because this is the second part of it. First part is the main tree that I've already done, and now we're trying to find all the tea, all the infidelity. Basically we're sussing out all of the affairs and finding the excess people on the family tree so that they could possibly get money in this family trust. If you know, you know. And it's being a bitch because it's hard. It's also probably because I'm getting tired. And this hit button doesn't help me any. There's a secretary in Photo 2. Due to the timing of Zach's retirement, there's only one person it could be. Was that Zach? Wait, hold up. Oh, hold up real quick. Is... Oh. I should have known. That's how much I'm not paying attention. So that it is Christine. Because she was still there during retirement. Well, no, she wasn't. Yeah, wait. Yes, she was? No, she wasn't? Yes, she was? I don't fucking remember. Whatever. That's right. I don't know if that's right. That might be right. We need 4 rights for it to lock in. The yellow ones have already been locked in. They have to be like the big picture ones. The little labels don't count. Oh yay. I also think I am out of new hints. Add. I could just keep hinting. Edison Sawyer. I was wondering why it asked me about him. So the way the hints work on this is kind of cool. I do like it. It basically gives you a very vague hint to begin with, and then you can keep hitting hint, and then it'll give you like 3 or 4 more hints before it finally gives you the actual answer along that trail of thought. But then once you get a hit off of something in that hint, it'll reset the hint to do something else, which is actually pretty cool. It's a cool way to do a hint system. Mentioned a wife. Where is the wife? Sonia. 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 New anchor in Brazilian named Flavoia Source, whose mother named Oh. Young Brazil. Did he fuck a Brazilian newscaster too? Bit of a cult following. This discourse surrounding him is, to put it in political terms, there's a website about something called fan fiction that has a small section dedicated to him. Oh, it's a boy. Okay. Seems that women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skills tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales there and learn that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many of the stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture quickly. There's also other more traditional fan sites that list things about him, including his age, 18, his zodiac sign, Libra, let's go! Favorite food, grilled steak. His mother's name is Sonia. Also, it seems that Flavo translates to golden hair. One website with a sign listing photo of Flavo seems to confirm this. Banana to your open Flavo. Flavio. Why do you look like Guy, kind of? Ended up with a child. Did you hear the rain before? The rain, like, mwah, the rain is nice. When was the Brazil trip? Oh, I needed to look at time. Planning a new factory and commission them in early 79. When did he put her in charge? 88. No, 88, sorry. 88. I mean, that could be... Wait, hold on. I have... Out of there by 80. Yeah, that makes sense. When was Susan Ford hired? Hello? $79. Maybe here, actually. I don't remember when the Brazil trip is. These three happened so fucking quickly. Because the Brazil thing, it was like his last thing. It would have to be after Robin. Because this was Australia. He didn't go to Brazil till later, I don't. This timeline is so fucky right now. Saw them in Canada. Not Canada. Oh my god, Christmas. Why did I say Canada? The fuck? Was the summer of 79. When did Brazil happen? 79. Please visit around Christmas. Okay. Yeah. 79 Christmas. So he was already fucking... Is that right? Summer, because this was in summer 79. Wow. This dude was fucking this chick in summer, and then fucking these other chicks. Fuck this other chick, Sonia. What is happening? I'm so confused. That's Sonia then? This was Christmas when they went to Brazil. Oh, is that Sonia? Oh my god, that's Sonia. Who's this guy in the background? Who are you? That's Sonia, because then this is her husband. Oh, the plot thickens. I think this is Susan then. Susan Ford, which is the chick who got money. Susan got money for sorry, there's something looking at it. Got money. Susan got paid for a donation. Shit. The Hudson Way. 82. Oh, it was first built in 82. Was she the last one then? This fucking dude. I mean, well, if his wife was gay, I mean, I get it now, but damn. Susan was gone in 82, so Susan, yeah, Susan has to be the last one. Okay, so this, yeah, this has to be Susan. That's gotta be Susan. This is... So then this is Robin. Robin Martin. This is Sonia. What is his name? Torres? Sonia? Anchor? No. That's a lie. Well, no, is it? One, two, three. Shit, dicks, fuck. Need one more. Charles Martin. And that would be this guy. Wait, no. Not Martin. Not Martin. Oh my god. What is his name? Edison. Fuck. I'm back. It's Edison, not Charles. Charles is the other one. So many fucking names. Edison. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Cool. Did she stay a secretary? Yes, she did stay. Cool. Ford, who the fuck are you and what you... Had kids. Susan Ford. Bitch. Four. Bitch. supermodel who does ads for clothing and jewelry. Subject is controversy in the past few months, having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of himself. Dating his young Brazilian news anchor named Flavio Soares has brought them both some. Appearance does not lead to any. Flavio Soares. In it, a Team Blast reporter asked how they met. I was in Rio for Carnival, and he was on one of the parade floats. I have no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw and told people to invite him to the party I was going to. I felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to the party, well, his mother's party. He runs a media empire down there called something. Massive media. Alvi. Found it. Common name in Brazil, so she had shortened her name. Yeah, to stand out in the public. According to a history page that focuses on her company and a vague searchable details, Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980, invested it in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown in Brazil. At the same time, she had begun to learn the ins and outs of running a television network. She continued to work in television until 1988, when Brazil began its period of reform. She felt there was a perfect opportunity to launch her own media company using her investments and connections. Now her company owns television networks. The page about Nia lists her unmarried. It does not go into any other relationship history. Searching for Nia online, you learn that she sticks out of the spotlight. She doesn't appear to show innocent. Ya mogul. Mogul. I don't have any picture. Is that her? What does Robin Martin do? Robin Martin, CEO. I mean, no, she's not. That's gotta be Ford, doesn't it? Be media or news anchor. Mogul-san. Let's switch it back. Not these. What is wrong? Retired. Well, how's it retired? Is retired in here? Retired's not in here. How about chef? Chef. Okay. Back here. Did I ever change it? Fuck me! Come on! not to do. This is not to do. God damn it, fuck. But it's not Garland. Pharaoh. Yeah. God, different job. Oh, what a bitch. Find it and what? Christine. You just said it'd be in Chef's signature. What the fuck do you mean? Yeah. What? It will. I did 7 million times. It doesn't matter if it's capitalized or not. Absolutely does not matter if it's capitalized. No. I do know that. I've only been playing this game, what? Almost 8 hours today and 8 hours before? I do know that. They want to open their own restaurant. Secretary now. Okay, so it is secretary. Still broke ground around Chris. Photo of the guy looking. According to the article, first, also no. 4th of Fair. Yeah. I know. What else you got? Media mogul. God. All shit I already did. Yeah. I got that. Next hint. Next hint, fucker. I already had all that. I don't have one of these right because it would have told me I had them already. Is newscaster and news anchor the same thing? I would assume context. Okay, so why am I wrong? Explain it to me what is wrong. It's supposed to, that's Susan Ford, right? You explain it to me what's wrong. Susan Ford, boom, bam, boom, done. Principal. She's not a principal. Is she a teacher? Professor? No, I'm pretty sure she's a principal. No? That's not what I wanted to do. Ta-da! No. That's gotta be her. This Robin then and not Sonia? I type in I mean, do you like mystery games? It's all this. It's straight mystery. This was all this up here. This is the second part of it. After the first part of it, first part of the game, then it's like, you finished. And then it's like, oh, wait a minute. Hold up, wait a minute. Why is it Edison Martin here? That's not right. I want to rip this guy's balls off. That's not giving me any more hints. I'm assuming I have everything I need and I'm just not being dumb to get the next one. Back to here. Find that the principal, Miss Ford, is fluent. Yeah, she's a principal. At the time, even before the Hudson Week. Surprise her future husband who have. Game principle. Help me, you piece of shit. One, two, three, four. Why is it not? Why is it not? What is wrong? What is wrong, piece of shit? Solving the matter there. Get this game. You fucking got this game. Has been a time. So what was, did she have a name before Ford? Developed as part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative in the summer of '79. During the late '70s, China began to go through a period of economic reform. This led to new opportunities for American companies, and many companies decided to pounce. Lang Hangbo was said to personally win over the Roottree family, was the owner of multiple textile factories. He did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the China. Instead, they made the import bulk, unpackaged Roottree candy and label it for not only China but additional markets. Hung Bo, who was already in his mid-50s, what happened, only his daughters and his brother Lang Hung Yu took control upon his death. After Hung Yu died in 92, he passed his child with family name comes first, so her last name. Businesswoman currently running the Lang Tai Textile Company. She was recently listed in an article website written by and for article entitled Empowered is about a recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she was a young sister. Lang took over CEO of their family companies in 92 after elder uncle fit to the company. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, currently her second in command, is expected to take over tires. In the meantime, board stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. This article roughly translates as someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could do it well. Article offhandedly mentions early adopter IVF and helped her sister have a child. There's an unsourced picture. Says it's been from 92. Took over. She's 45. It's attitude. Why do I need that? The company created, manufactured, and distributed candy. It was developed as part of it was a non-starter. Negotiation broke down pretty late in the process after the company had already been formed, and Roottrees went through a very large change. Leader was supposed to be Christian Robert. Christian Robert is a businessman, but at the time was in negotiations to take over Roottree France. Still alive, and come across an interview unrelated to Roottree from months ago. It seems that other countries have not been immune to Roottree Mania. We recognize the word Roottree in one of the questions. It seems that the interviewer snuck in a question about his experience with the company at the end of the 70s. Articles in French take some time to translate. Mentions Guy by first name only, and details is quite ugly. Guy, the president of Roottree, was one of the worst men I've ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. Then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of a business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. Ah! Seemed seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the question a bit, and the interview never returns to the subject. Ah. Ah. Oh my god! Son of a bitch. Got it, finally. I'm so glad I had the wrong fucking picture. So I wonder if that's Robin then. Names you. Well, thank you for not helping me. Came across a website for the Langtai Textile Corporation, which is a company that helped expand Rootree's products to China since the late 1970s. The company seems very accomplished. Their site has quotes from different reporters and news articles on it in nearly every link. It also mentions quite often on websites about Chinese businesses. Mentions are company focused and not people focused. They don't offer any information useful for investigation. Their page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline with names that prove that the company has been for a long time. Kind of looks like a family tree. It goes back at least years in some form or another. During the period of which they began the Roottree deal, Lang Hongbo in China, the name comes first, so Lang is his last name, was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much there. Current CEO is with site doesn't feature website is a flaming unicorn soaring through space with all around it. Said to be my husband and Gary and Linda. Recently on a website called Focus under the headline Hang the Hans. Hans are chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese American culture. Gary and Linda were both in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company. This article never names it. After expanding in the U.S., Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the U.S. portion of the business. Linda jokes this entire situation is something like that out of Alanis Morissette song. How ironic it all ended up. Absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here. Now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting us anymore. Her kids are complete opposite though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece who grew up there was opposite. Couldn't wait to get there. Started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely like shit happening over here. Have 2 kids. The problem is what? Are these sisters then? That's her then. She has a sister. Sister has kids. But what? She has 2 spouses that what? Huh? He die? Or she just has 2 spouses? What? You've come up with your on a robotics website, part of Team Talon Claw. Talon Claw are one of the only participating robot-based show in the UK. Another Lucy Lang is part of small women's a cappella group in Los Angeles called Onyx. Third Lucy works in New York for corporates and oh. Top solicitors in the world. Watchmaking. As far as you can tell, is a company that other companies hires consultants and productivity. Exact services they provide. Site is light on details. There are a few high-profile companies listed their sites as former clients. You recognize their names, but not. Did she like? person featured in the article has a bio section followed by a longer section. Mentioned she grew up in small ever have left this. Her grandparents relocated in 19. Degree from That does not sound like her. She didn't grow up in. Robotics Club of Mid-Eastern University, their robot, also named Falcon, has been selected for appearance on the second season of the British TV show focused on robot fighting. The small blurb mentioned the robot fighting leagues have existed for a few years, but there have been recent moves on to televise it. Robotics Club is a text-only site. You can find links. The site seems to be like it's mostly to announce the schedule to its members. The club is supposed to meet every Tuesday and Thursday, but the last 8 dates have all been canceled because few members of the team are currently in the UK filming. Another date from a few weeks back was canceled for an interview for the school's newspaper. Father had a large company. American business school. Full private college that advertises itself as their mascot is vectors, so they are not known for their sports programs as much as their education. Their legal and language departments are their pride and joy, though they all have fairly extensive science and robotics. Other procedures that haven't quite reached the variety of Ivy League schools. As little Ivy college has embraced this. Calling newspaper Herald, combination of Hetera, Herald. Website boasts that they have historical still functioning 1960 faithful. Press that print one special year-end issue of the Herald. Full newspaper admitted University appears to be available in article archive. Has a story about their school's robotics team. Robotics team, let's go! Talent call. It lists 3 members, talks a bit about each of their history and robotics. The one that catches your attention is Ling. She grew up in China as Mingying. Catches your attention. Became Chrissy because she grew up around factory-scale machines and assembled products that shipped all over the world, and the moving parts and automation fascinated. However, as she progressed through her major, she had become obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics, such as mechanisms that closes Talon-Claw's weapons. In addition to robotics, she loves logistics. One of her hobbies since coming to the States has been collecting accents. In her spare time, linguistics, practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching multiple different accents. She feels her personal best is Southern Belle, but her favorite is Valley Girl due to its used in popular culture. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, that's this. Is Wait, what? That was the whole basis of my... What? Oh, I didn't put college. Fuck. I had that already. Unafraid to publish once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Costa Rito Jacobson. Fairly expensive. He interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Mary! I don't know. Offered free meals for life to anyone illegally changed Toasterito. The Toasterito was a burrito. Linda. Lucinda. Who the hell is Lucinda? Who the hell is Lucinda? Okay, I'm not gonna finish this game tonight. I am fucking starving. Tired, and we've been here a minute. Oh my god, 8 hours again. Jesus Christ, fuck me. So, I'm gonna call it a night. don't have anybody to. No, we're gonna raid this animal sanctuary because I love them and they're. So, if you need something to watch up on your second monitor, please comment on the raid. It's an animal sanctuary that's in Texas. They were affected by a lot of the floods, but they are a nonprofit that solely revolves around being on Twitch. And then they bring out Twitch streamers out there to visit the animals and to spread awareness on the issues in the industries like the fur trade and agricultural, all of that. And so they have cams all over their sanctuary so you can see all the animals sleep, and they're cute and I love them all. So if you could just pop it up on a second monitor, have just little animals watching them, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'm gonna peace out. Call it a night. I'm gonna go make food and do some arts and shit. Hermie, hit me up on Discord if you are up and want to hang, and I can watch you struggle on murder solving because it'll be fun. Other than that, love you guys. Let's horror. Go to the raid. Go to the raid. Watch the animals. Do it. Great. YouTube, I love you too. You don't have raid. Why are you awake? I'll DM you on Discord.